Good day. How are you? Good day. How is everyone? How is it? How are you? How are you all doing? Hi, hi, hi. How are you all doing? Mm, So today I decided to go live 15 minutes earlier because I have a meeting in the next 15 minutes. So, okay, in the next 10 minutes right now. So I want us to quickly settle up and start the focus session so that, yep, my alarm. Yeah, after I'm done with that meeting, then we can come for a discussion. And I have, I think, another meeting after that. So it may be a long, let me confirm. Yeah, I have like 2 hours meeting. So today I'm going to Freedom Kenya. Welcome. I say it says I'm good. Yeah, I'm also doing great. I think yesterday I didn't sleep early, so today I had to adjust my alarm to wake up a bit late. And yeah, but I'm good. Really good. Hmm. Freedom Kenya, welcome. Guess it's your first time here. Happy to have you join us. The way your name is Freedom Kenya, are you from Kenya? Does it have anything to do with you being from Kenya? Oh, great, great, great. You're welcome. So we're happy to have you here. I think we have quite a number of people joining us from Kenya nowadays. That's good. Um, Welcome once again. So for those of you who are joining for the first time, I'll quickly do a rundown. This is a study with me stream where we gather together to learn. But what it means is that you'll be learning at your end, focus studies as much as possible. Then we'll be having discussions as well. So what happens is that we are live for close to 5 to 6 hours daily, and within that period, we have broken it down into different parts. Each part consists of a focus session and a break session. During the focus session, um, you're supposed to be engaged, learning, focused with your studies. Then during the break session, we have various discussions. And funny enough, last 2 days we even played some interesting games here on the stream. But the end goal is to get you learning. And if you have any questions around any topic you're studying or anything that is bothering you, we are happy to discuss it together. And over the past 1 month, we've had wonderful discussions about life in general, about academics, about pursuing further studies, just about anything at all that is of interest to you. Our goal is to create a community of lifetime learners who are doing their best to make an impact, especially in the technology field. So we are all learning. I am happy to learn with you all, and that is why the stream is going on every day. So if you're new here, you're welcome. We have a community group. If you are interested in that community group, hi Jordan, welcome. If you're interested in a community group, please go ahead and sign up and click on the link to join the WhatsApp group. Messerite Molita, hi. I'm also guessing it's your first time here. So I try to pronounce every name that comes into the chat to create a mental copy of that name so that I know almost everyone who joins in the session. I am great. How about you? So for those of you who be interested, I've dropped the link there, honeyobed.com/SWM. You can join in the group. Ooh. So Melita, I have a meeting in a couple of minutes, like 2 minutes time. Can we do that discussion during the break time? So let's do it during the break time. I have 2 meetings actually ahead of me. Like for 2 hours, I have meetings. So we'll come back after that time to have the discussion around the question you've asked. I just hope you'll be around so that when I'm discussing it, you'll be here. Okay. So please, let's start the first focus session. Enoch, welcome. I have to jump into the meeting, so let's start with the first focus session. And mind you, I have 2 meetings, so we may have to do a double focus session before we come back. But all the best, everyone. Please gather your stuff and start learning. Make sure you get rid of all distractions. Thank you. Bye-bye. All the best. Music, background music, where are you? So all this while I've been talking, you people could not hear me. Oh my God. You know what? Oh God. How? I'm so disappointed. But anyway, I hope you can hear me now. I hope you can hear me now. Uh, your uncle's code. Thank you so much for prompting me. Because I thought I was speaking to you guys all this time. I've read messages, responded to people. Oh God. Hmm. So I need to go back. I was saying, if Mulita is around, Mulita, please show in the chat that you're around so that I respond to your question from earlier. If you're around, please let me know. Then I welcomed Enoch, Pascal, and Freedom. I responded to your question earlier. So I mentioned that for those of you who are joining for the first time, this is what we do. This is more like a prep room. So during the focus sessions, you are focused learning everything that you want to be learning. Then during the break sessions, we discuss everything that you want us to discuss. So any questions that you have, we are happy to delve into it, play some games sometimes, and do all sort of discussions. And Nas, hi Nas. I was chatting with Nas on Discord not long ago. Then Tom, welcome Tom. Haj said I need that was the part that made me laugh. I need laptop for graphic design and software engineering. Doc, this is October, send me a laptop. Hmm. That's very unfortunate that at this very moment I'm not in a capacity to get any laptop to be able to send. So sorry about that. I can't be of help now. Then I was struggling to pronounce Arowolo, and I'm hoping that I'm not butchering your name too much. But if I am, please forgive me. You're welcome. I'm guessing this is the first time here. That's why I'm so struggling to pronounce that name. If your first time, please let me know in the chat. Or it's your first time commenting. Then I was reading Enoch's message, and the answer is I do not have an article on installing it, but we can try it out to replicate the issue you're facing and see. And yeah, your uncle's code. Thank you so much. If not for you, I'll be talking for 15 minutes without knowing that. Okay. No, I had finished my meeting, and when I was about to eat this thing, I invited you people to join me, and you people didn't hear me. Sorry. Oh, okay. Arolo, okay. happy to hear that, and glad to have you join us today. You're welcome. So for all first timers, you're highly welcome to joining the stream, and I hope you find value here. We are here almost every day, every work day. That's Monday to Friday, except that some Fridays we do not show up. Like tomorrow, I have class the whole day, so we are not coming. And for those, yes, I'm still talking to those who are new here. We have created a community group that you can join if you are interested. And what it means is that you'll be joining us regularly for these streams. Yeah, we have many more other things planned together. So we're going to be working together on it. Lorraine in Dakani say, how can I access mentors if account is logged? Deferred to code 17 that started on the 24th this month, but when I log in, my account was logged. Have you sent an email to the support team already? Okay. So, um, Lorraine, I don't know if you sent an email already, but then let me know if you have sent an email already or not. Because I had a couple of other people reach out with a similar concern. I know about two things right now. That's I had to check my messages to see if they've responded. One is that those who were in cohort 19 who were trying to defer had some issues. So if that was the case, and since you said you deferred to cohort 17, I'm believing that's not the case for you. So for cohort 19 people, they are working on it. If you are in cohort 17, I mean, you are deferring to cohort 17. The message I have here is that most of the people who have their accounts in that state are people who have deferred more than 3 times, or they have exceeded the maximum number of deferrals. So in those instances, you need to be reviewed by a staff for the staff to determine whether you deserve to be given another chance or not. Then, if the staff determines such, they are then going to open up your account for you. Okay. So, if you fall in that category and you want to do that, I think the message here is that I should collect the emails of people who have those problems who reach out to me. So you can send me your email. You can send me your email, then I'll pick it up and share it with the team. Okay. Hey, where is my favorite people? Where are they? Today's only okay. I've seen Enoch, I've seen Pascal. Who else have I seen who has been regular here? Mm, yeah, I've seen Tom, Jordan. Yeah, Jordan too. It's come. The rest of you, where are you hiding? Okay. Uh, internet. I'm coming. Oh, no. I am coming. Okay. So let's see intranet and go to sandboxes. I hope you are around. Yeah, sandboxes. Which of the sandboxes were you talking about? Said Ubuntu 16. Hi, code wise. Share screen, please. Don't worry, I'll share my screen, but for the sake of copyright infringement, I have to make sure I'm not sharing anything. So let me look for the right thing and I'll share 16.04, right? Basic Ubuntu with this and that. Okay. No, but by the way, if I should ask, why are you trying to install Docker on it with Fabric and Puppet? So you mean the one with Fabric and Puppet? Code-wise, relax. I'm not teaching anything right now. I'm trying to help somebody solve a problem that he has reported. So, but I'm still trying to understand why exactly do you want to install Docker on that particular one? Because I already have two sandboxes running. So if I need to open that, yeah. Hello, Joseph. Welcome. If I need to open it, I'll have to destroy some. So let me know why do you want to install Docker on that one? By the way, uh, Fabric and Python 3.5, Fabric and Puppet. And but do you have a project on? Are you doing a project on Docker? I'm just wondering why you need to install it. Is it that the project is on Docker, or what? Can't you do it in the sandbox itself? That's what I'm trying to understand. Or are you just trying to learn Docker on your own or something? It's because you are using that and they recommend it on 14 and 16. I don't really get it. So for the project, like I want to know, is it related to a project that I are doing in ALS? Let's see. What's web stack? Oh, let me understand. Like you are using Docker like by yourself, not a specific project on ALS. You just want to use Docker. Is that the case? Or you have a project that demands that you use Docker? Because I already have two. Maybe I can destroy one of them. Okay, let me first of all come here. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, no, 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 no. Then I'm guessing which project is it? I'm guessing. Let me cross check that project. I'm guessing because mostly when they say you should use the container something something, they use a terminology like that. I think it essentially means you can use a sandbox for it. Web debugging, yes. So let me see. Web debugging, where are you? Debugging, which one is debugging? I can't I find it? Okay, web stack debugging, is it number 0, like the very first one? Web stack debugging. Oh, okay. It's saying installing Docker. Know that you cannot use it directly. You will be given a container in which you can use to solve this task. If you like to have Docker so that you can experiment. So please read the instruction well. You'll be given in the project itself. The instruction says for this project, you'll be given a container which you can use to solve the task. If you like to have Docker so that you can experiment with it or solve this problem locally, you can install it on your machine, your Ubuntu, this VM or that, if you upgrade it. So it's not you installing it on the sandbox. No, a sandbox would be provided for you to do the web stack debugging. So you need to look for that sandbox specifically for it to work. Look for the web stack. So this is how it works with the web stack debugging project. They have configured a specific sandbox with a particular problem in the sandbox. So you would have to now go in there and figure out what the problem is, and that's debugging. Debug that particular one and solve the problem. Okay, so that is not what you are supposed to do. You don't necessarily have to install Docker. If you are installing Docker, they are saying, okay, you want to replicate the problem that we have created here locally, then that means you need to install Docker and work with Docker. So you can just go there and install it locally and play with it. But if you are using the sandbox, look when in here, in my own case right now, I have 26 images. When you go to my sandboxes, please, I'm not sharing my screen for obvious reasons. Like, this is ALS specific contents and I don't need to share them publicly. So 26 images for my sandboxes. And under that, the very second one that I can see here is Ubuntu 14.04.271. And you see that web stack debugging number 1 is there. Then the next one is 287, which is web stack debugging number 2. So for that particular project, you're supposed to do it in web stack debugging number 1, because that's the project you're working on, right? Oh, that's even number 0. So you have to look for one with number 0. This number 3, this is number 4, this is number 4 tax. Yes, so 265, Ubuntu 14.04.265. That is web stack debugging number 0. So you have to open that specific sandbox if you want to be able to solve the task. If you use any other sandbox, you won't be able to solve that particular task. I hope it makes sense. They have a configuration in there that has a problem. So you need to go and check that that particular setup in there to find out what is wrong with it and fix that problem. So that is for you to go fix in that specific sandbox. Okay. Are you clear on that? All right. Glad to hear that. Yeah, so now let me go back and answer Joseph. Yeah, Joseph, I'm doing well. I hope you are well as well. And hi, Didamola. How you doing? Okay. So to the best of my knowledge, the sandboxes that you are using in ALS are actually I think Docker containers. Okay, so there's no need going to install Docker on a Docker container. I mean, it doesn't really make sense like that. But hey, if it's for learning purposes, you can try it. You can play around with it. And the last time I tried, so I'm not too familiar. I mean, I we've been introduced to Docker. I've learned about Docker already, but then it's not something I use. If you ask me to teach you right now, I won't be able to teach anything off my like off my head, right? I would have to make references to be able to explain. So Lorraine, please send me your email address so that I'll forward it to them. If I mean, this is a public place, so if you want, you can send it to me via Twitter and let me know that you are the one that I asked to send your email to. And yeah, so you can reach me on Twitter with this URL, honeyobed.com/Twitter. And those of you who are interested in joining the community for the first timers here, you can join with this other URL, honeyobed.com/SWM, which stands for Study With Me. So /SWM. Okay. I was saying something about Docker. Yeah. I recently I wanted to practice what I learned. So for me, I usually say that I only know something if I've been able to teach it to people and they understand. But before I'm able to teach it to people, I'd have to have used it practically to see, okay, make all the mistakes there is to make, or mistakes that I can make. I keep saying that it's the mistake that gives you the unique experiences, because sometimes a particular mistake that you have done, no other person, or I mean the people you are learning with, have not encountered that mistake before, so it gives you that unique experience. And if I've not done that with a particular technology by myself, then I don't really count it as a technology that I really know. And an example is Docker. Even though I've used Docker before, I've done an assignment on Docker before, I haven't really used it. So recently I tried trying it by myself. Unfortunately, my computer is, when I start, I installed Docker desktop on my Windows machine, and I wanted to run a particular Docker image on it. I think it's called Alpine. That's more like a smaller size or lightweight Node.js app or something. Or Node.js, the runtime environments. Ubuntu, I think it's an Ubuntu distro with Node.js runtime environment or something. But when I start it, I run it, it doesn't. So since then, I haven't really tried again. And for that matter, I can't really say much about Docker, but hey, I'm happy for us to explore it all here together. The other technology that I look forward to using in a project, which I am yet to do, even though I've learned it severally, is TypeScript. And now everywhere you go, everybody is talking about TypeScript. It's so funny. It's so funny how technology is running and we need to run to catch up after it. So soon, right? There's a new, let me share my screen and show you guys what that is. There's a new JavaScript runtime environment. I'm yet to even check it out. It's funny. I'm coming to talk about it, but I'm yet to even check it out. And people are now rushing for it. God, these technologies. You won't even finish learning one, and they've released like 3 already. Google is celebrating the anniversary, I guess. Yes. So they've shown their different logos and how the logos transition over time. See them. Okay. So there is a new runtime environment for Node called Ban.js, which was released not so long ago. I think a week ago or so. And now people are calling out for it. Ban is a fast JavaScript runtime. It's also a package manager. It's a bundler and a test runner. So this is like an all-in-one toolkit. So for those of you who would try to appreciate this, I mean, I personally haven't gone through it, so I can't say much about it. But it's more like the way we have Node. Node is a runtime environment for JavaScript. So that's how it is, the way we run Node. But then, as when you are using Node, you need to have npm, which is the Node package manager. So you need to install npm to be able to manage your packages. But what Ban is saying is they also come with their own package manager and bundlers. I think in Node you may have to use tools like Webpack to do the bundling, but they are saying that hey, you can do all of these things with Ban. And this one, so they are trying to compare these things. I heard from about Dino or Dino whatever they call it. I heard about it not so long ago that it came sometime and everybody was saying that Node.js is now dead because of Dino. Because of Dino, Node.js is now dead, and eventually, I mean, Node is still alive. Nothing happened, and now Ban 2 has come. I think it was released like 1 or 2 weeks ago, right? September 8th. Okay, so that's quite some days now. That's like 3 weeks. 3 weeks ago, that was when it was released. And that's how life is. I mean, when new things like this come up, everybody is rushing towards it. You see that people start making so much noise. Go to Twitter now, people are making so much noise about Ban and how it's going to replace Node and all. I do not have a lot of experience in this industry to be able to tell you what is happening, but then for me, I'm like, okay, I'm going to learn it. And I think when new technologies are released like this, what happens is that the people who are teachers who want to create courses, they are the ones who easily adopt these things, because no industry or company will get up today and say, because Ban was released, let's switch from Node to Ban. You know, and it's just a runtime environment. If you already have Node installed, you may not need this right now, but it's always good to know new things. So as and when I get some free time, I'm definitely going to look at it. The reason why I brought this thing up is that now we have a lot of technologies coming up every single time. So let's try and increase the pace at which we learn. And I know it's not very easy, but it's a gradual process. You would eventually get better at learning faster if you do it consistently. So let's try. It really has, from what they are talking about, is really like well packed, because in Node.js we have to install and require extra packages to be able to do some of these things. Like for instance, if you want to keep an environment variable in Node.js, we use .env. That means you'd have to install .env as a package or as a dependency. But then they are saying ban reads .env files by default, so you don't need to install an extra one. And here, this is a package, the Node package manager, but for execution. This is for execution, and they are saying that ban is 5 times faster than that. In Node, if you want your services to be running continuously and being able to monitor them, you need a service manager like PM2. And NodeMon, usually we use it for development purposes. And they are saying that, hey, in ban is built in. WebSockets for real-time communication type, like if you're building a chat app and things, those are what you use. And in Node, you have to import this as, I think you have to install it as a package and you import the model to use. But they are saying that in ban is inbuilt. So it's like they've looked at all those things and built it into something that you can easily use, you know. But hey, who knows? You eventually get to learn that. I did this. Oh, okay. Joseph is asking, is ban a framework? No, it's not. It's not a framework per se. It's just a runtime environment. Is an environment for us to be able to run JavaScript code outside the browser. So those of you who do not know, previously JavaScript was just a language for the browser. You couldn't use JavaScript outside the browser. That means that it is only in websites that you can have JavaScript running. So they developed a new environment that allows us to now use JavaScript outside the browser. The disadvantage of using JavaScript in the browser alone means that some disadvantage include the fact that JavaScript in the browser cannot get direct access to the operating system of the computer. You cannot access files directly on the computer because it's running just in the browser. So it's only things that are available in the browser that it gets access to. What if you want to build something that needs access to physical files or files on your hard drive itself? How is that going to be? And that was a problem. So Node.js was built from the engine, that the same engine that Chrome uses. It is called the V8 engine. So, I mean, these are things that you do not need, but then, hey, it's also good to know about how some of these things came by. So there is something called the V8 engine. V8 engine. Yeah. Hey. See, I forgot that V8 is a car. So I'm talking about the JavaScript engine. I'm like, oh my God, what is this? But I just remember that there's a car called V8. Yeah, but I'm referring to as the JavaScript engine. So it's the engine that powers Chrome, the Chrome browser. So it is what allows us to write the JavaScript in the Chrome browser, like interpret it and all. So somebody took this, built, those of you who are crying about C, people use some of these things and use C language and some other things to build something on top of it. So that's how they were able to build Node. Let's see if they will mention it here. It's a free and open source JavaScript and WebAssembly engine developed by the Chromium project for Chromium and Google Chrome web browsers. The project's creator, this, let me see if they mention Node anywhere here. Yeah. So it has also been used on the server side, for example, in Couchbase Dino. You see, we were talking about Dino not long ago. And it's also a runtime environment for JavaScript. and Node.js, which is also a runtime environment for JavaScript. So now people saw that, okay, this is the engine that powers the browser, the Chrome browser, for us to be able to write JavaScript code. Therefore, how can I use this outside the browser? So they built tools that has the Chrome engine, that's the V8 engine in it, that will enable us to now use JavaScript outside the browser. And that's how come now we can use JavaScript to do a lot of things. Previously, you couldn't use JavaScript to do backend. Your backend, which is interacting with, is a server, interacting with the server, files on it, interacting with the database and all of those things. You could hardly, JavaScript was just restricted to the front end, doing interactivity in the browser alone. But now with the power of these tools, we can use JavaScript for a whole full stack application. Everything like your front end and your back end all being done with JavaScript. And that's because of things like that. So BAN is one of those runtime environments for JavaScript. It's going to allow us write JavaScript code. But what they are saying is that now we can even do more. It's not just about running JavaScript. We can develop, we can test, we can run, and we can bundle JavaScript and TypeScript projects just with BAN alone. So for the other runtime environments, you develop JavaScript code in there, but if you want to do the other things, you need to install extra packages on them to be able to do those other things. But this gives you the advantage of being able to do it without having to install extra packages. By the way, this is just for knowledge sake. I personally haven't started looking at it. I know that it has been released this month, but then I haven't started looking at it. And hopefully in the near future, I find some time on the side to look at it. I feel that the people who make like these things, when new technologies are released, the people who make the hype around it, they are usually people who are creating content. So YouTube content creators will hype it, they'll create courses, and everybody has to go and watch so that they can make their money. So don't be fooled. No organization is switching directly from, say, oh, we were using Node as our runtime environment, but now let us all move to BAN because BAN was released this month. No. It will take years before people even want to move to it, right? If for any reason they have to move to it. But then it's always good to have these things and learn. And the only thing that I think we should take also is that unlike before, now technology is evolving very fast, like faster than we can really catch up with. So some of these things, when they come up, make sure you have at least some idea of it so that if a company takes just 2 weeks to adopt it and you get into that company, at least you know something about it. And if you already know something about it, it's easy to pick it up as compared to when you don't know anything about it. Adidamola says, but do you think every tech stack should be learned or pursued? I just feel contribution is what matters, no matter the stack. No, I mean, I'm not saying that every one of us should go and look for every tech stack and learn. At the end of the day, you're going to have to choose one or two that you are very comfortable with and you want to specialize in. Because as you become a senior developer or engineer, you have to specialize. You can't be a senior with a generalist mindset. When they pay specialists more than they pay generalists, okay? But when you are starting off, you usually start off as a generalist, then eventually specialize somewhere to become, by the time you become a senior. But the good thing is that when you start as a generalist, you begin to do particular things, and you know that for the work I do, this is what I really need to focus on, and therefore you master that and become specialist in that, and you do not necessarily need every other thing. Remember, People like I, for instance, I'm interested in all of these things, not because of going to use it, but then because I am interested in teaching these things. So that's what I've realized. There are people on YouTube that you see have knowledge in almost every tech stack, and the only reason they do that is because they teach, and they want to be able to teach those things on YouTube. That's the only reason why they are doing it. But if it is for development, you just have to focus on the ones that you really need to use and master those ones very well, so that you keep using it and you become better in it. Somebody like me, I currently am not a master of any of these ones. Like, even though I have my preference and that's what I commonly use, but then the time that I used to learn the other things, I could have invested that time in learning or focusing on one or two of them and becoming a specialist in it. However, my mindset about this is learn them well enough to be able to teach them. That is why I keep learning some of these things. But please don't be fooled if you don't need to go and learn every one of them. Know what you know well so that you can be hired for what you know. Hi, Omar Farouk. How are you doing? I think, was it Friday that you joined us here? Yesterday, I didn't see you. Anyway, let's go back to our focus session. Yeah, great. Hi, Erasmus. How are you doing? We've not seen you in a while. That was a while means yesterday. Oh no, Monday too. So today is Wednesday. Oh my God. The days are running. Today is Wednesday. I can't imagine. Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Adidamola. And what you know is what will sell you. So you need to own it. If you really know it very well, then you can make a lot of money from it. Hi, Mohammed. How are you doing? Oh, busy with AWS. Interesting. So now that you mentioned AWS, I remember yesterday, I wanted to even tweet about it. Yesterday, I had to take, I think for the past 2 days, I've been taking some lessons, not lessons per se, labs, Google Cloud. So I saw some Google Cloud stuff the last time. I think that was last month thereabout, and I applied. They said if you go through the training successfully, they are going to award you a voucher for their certification exams. So I applied, and the deadline for the first session we're supposed to finish about 6 labs. The deadline was today, and I didn't know. Like, I didn't realize that today would be 27th. So when I realized I had to finish up, so yesterday, that's how come I didn't sleep early. I sat down to finish all those labs, and it was quite interesting. I think it was, I wouldn't say easy, but then I could easily go through it because I already know AWS. So please, anything you are learning, please take it serious. So this is my account. Let me go to Google Cloud Skills, sign in, and sign in with Google just to show you. So this is the course. And as you can see, I've completed the labs, even though I've not gone through the lectures. And I didn't make it for, they did a live learning session on 20th September. By the time the time they started was done for me. I think they started around 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. for me, and I couldn't be awake by then. But I was able to do all the labs yesterday, which makes it exciting. Yeah. So this is it. I got 680 points. And I was excited. I mean, when going through it, I realized that, oh, I understand these things. There are a few things I don't really understand much of. The DevOps part. So at least for Kubernetes, I kind of understand it to an extent, even though I haven't used it a lot, but I understand it to an extent. But when it came to Terraform, that was my first time doing anything with Terraform. But in AWS too, they taught us their code. It's called AWS code. Oh God, how can this escape me? They when they were teaching us, I remember they said code as infrastructure. Code as infrastructure. AWS. There is a service called. It's a service called Cloud Formation. Yeah, it's a service called Cloud Formation, and the concept is similar to what I saw when I was working with Terraform for this particular lab. So yeah, I mean, pretty cool things. Mohammed says, what will you have as a recommendation for someone pursuing full stack JavaScript? Which of the databases best recommended among the available DBs? The answer to that question would be there isn't like one size fits all. I can't say that this database is better than that. It depends on the use case. In fact, people specialize in database. There are people who are called database administrators, like database specialists, database engineers, like all those things, who really understand what is happening behind the scene for the database itself. The same way when you are writing code, you understand the code itself. So they can look at the data that you are trying to structure it, how often you want to take data, what kind of relationships are you looking at creating, those kind of things to determine which of the databases would be like the best option for your use case. So what I would recommend is that just at least get to know some relational database. If for nothing at all, know MySQL at least. Then also some sort of documents based databases, or something like MongoDB. So if you don't know any databases, I'm not saying that you should start off. It depends on your level where you are right now, but eventually, if you don't know anything at all, just have these two database knowledge. You know about MySQL, you know about MongoDB. At least that will go a long way for you, because you can apply the knowledge in these two to various others. Like for instance, I know MySQL, but I've implemented a project in PostgreSQL before. Even though I don't know much about PostgreSQL, all I needed was to read a documentation or something somebody has written, and I can follow that to do it because I understand what is happening since I know the MySQL. Okay, so that's it. With regards to, so I think that's the question that you asked, specifically the database, right? That would be my recommendation. Oh, you have the exams in the next 3 weeks. All the best. I mean, if for the exams, I think one of the things that helped a lot was solving some of those online questions. Because even you are learning the things, but you're not too sure. You're not too sure what is coming and how they ask their questions. So there were platforms online that had various exams questions. If it is the architect, you're not writing the architect, you're writing the other one, right? I usually forget this thing. The name for it. What is it called? Essential. Oh my, I've forgotten. I, I usually forget that one. Uh, Cloud practitioner. That's what I was looking for. Cloud practitioner. So let's see. I think this guy was really good with his teaching, but I for the architect, the solutions architect, I bought these people, the course from these people. And that's what I used that for the labs. So they have practical labs. So that's what I used to learn from Waste Lab. So if was this, then maybe I could have assisted you. But for the cloud practitioner, that one, we just solved questions online. There was this Google Doc, was it Google Doc or Word document that we came across along the line? We saw it online and we downloaded it, and it was so helpful. Like the kind of questions they were asking us, it now gave us a clue as to what kind of questions they will be asking. And eventually, when we went, I think some of those questions came as well. AWS Cloud Practitioner exams questions. I think it was a Word document, but I don't remember how to get access to it. It was just one guy who was writing his own tutorials. Okay, but now they've changed the format, right? So I really don't know if it still applies. Let's see. Hi Shay. Good day. Hope you are good. No, so this is not it. The funny thing is that some of us got courses on Udemy which were discussing some of the questions, and I wanted to try it out. Man, those ones freaked me out. Seriously. Like you start watching those ones and it's as if you have not learned anything. You also have? I have a course that has about 160 questions on the cloud person. See, try some of these ones too, because what I realized was that I mean that was with my experience. What I realized was that the ones that were on Udemy were so difficult, and eventually those were not like the type of questions that I met in the exams. So I'm really not a fan of that per se, but then it doesn't mean you shouldn't look at it. I know they've changed the format of the exam small, so I really don't know how it is now. But these other sites, these Quizlets and all those exam sites, they give you some more information. Yeah, so this one, I remember mostly when we were in the car going to Circle, we'll be reading it and trying to solve it. So please try that as well. Which of the following service uses AWS edge locations? So CloudFront uses edge locations, and I don't know about storage gateway. Let me see. What's the answer to this? Would be B. Okay, so CloudFront. At least I remember something, you know. I didn't disgrace myself live. Yeah. So at least, I mean, I think this is really a good one. I've done it, but I did it on the fly. And that is when you learn something and you want to try it. Flashcards are really good. Let me just drop the link for you in case you need it. Hi Shay. Shay says, please, I need help. Maiwa, welcome. I hope you are doing well. Shay says, I'm in court 18, but my printf is 0. I was having trouble with the compilation. I don't understand what you mean by your printf is 0. And like, what's the specific thing that you need help with, or something you think I can be of help to? Anyway, yeah, so guys, we need to go for another focus session. I think I have one more meeting. Then I can continue with my work. I've tried my best to answer almost every question. Okay. You say by ALS, I use it to customize a repo, published in GitHub, and it's not working. Yeah, I mean, if you say it's not working, you have to be explicit about it. What exactly is not working means. Okay. And for something like that too, we have to be able to debug it together for me to see, okay, this is the exact error, and be able to point out what could be going wrong. All right. If you are here during the next break, we can explore that. Let's go for a focus session and get back in the next break. Okay. Please do study well. We have 60 minutes of studies. Let me get rid of my screen and remove this. 60 minutes of studies, and we'll continue our discussion and answer the rest of the questions in 60 minutes time. All the best, everyone, as you study. Hello, 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 hello. Hi, everyone. Sorry for not showing up earlier. Was in a meeting, so couldn't do much. Mm. Where is everyone? Where is everyone? Hi, hi, hi. Are you guys around? Or you? Okay. Let's see. She said, okay. In my print F. Mohammed, are you around so that we can talk about what you asked initially? But she said, in my print F project, I scored 0 as my mark due to the fact that my code could not compile. But when you say your code, Shay, I don't know if you are still around. If you say your code could not compile, like what exactly are you referring to? What are the errors? So, I mean, this is one thing that we keep hammering on. When you are asking for help, be explicit about it. Like, I mean, this is just telling me the problem that you had, right? But then it doesn't tell me exactly what the problem is. I don't know if you get to the point. It tells me that you have a problem. Okay, yeah, this is what it tells me. It tells me that you have a problem. And I appreciate that you have a problem because you couldn't score, because you couldn't compile the code. Yes, that means I appreciate that you had a problem. But I don't know what the problem is unless you tell me that, oh, when I try compiling my code, I get this particular error. It tells me this and that and that. Give me more information to be able to uh, give you some ideas if it's something that I know about, how to go about it, then I can help you do that. So if you're saying couldn't compile, is it on your own local machine? Are you talking about the checker not being able to find it? Is it giving you some errors when you try compiling it? What exactly is happening? Hi everyone. Where is everyone? Today I would have to close early. I mean, close the stream early and go and find something to eat. Kind of. Hello, hello. Where is everybody? Okay. So I'll wait for the timer to go down. That's in 7 minutes. Then in 7 minutes, I'll close. Hi, Garrick. Welcome. I'm guessing it's the first time you are joining in because it's the first time I'm seeing the name in the chat. And you're highly welcome. Oh, okay. Welcome. Where do you join us from? Or where are you joining us from? Cape Town. So I'm guessing RSA. Yeah. So I was guessing Republic of South Africa. All right. Nice to have you here. So I think over the past 1 month, we've had like 2 or 3 people from South Africa join the stream. Great, happy to have you on the stream. And how is it going? Like, what's up with you? Sis, I am. Oh, you are needing to up your gaming. See, I see. And starting Python next month. Oh, okay, okay. Doesn't mean you're on break right now or something. Are you on break? And oh, next month is some days away. So my guess is you're on break with. Oh, okay, okay, okay. Yeah, I mean that's cool. And in fact, I think even though you start Python, you still be playing with C almost all the time. So yeah, congrats on finishing. I think that's the first sprint, right? You're done with first sprint. You're going to second sprint. So congratulations on that. Ooh, great, 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 great. Well done. Ooh. Hey, where is everybody? Why today everybody left before me or what? Tina, you ran away. Hi, Jordan. Jordan, oh, okay. Good to know that you are here. Mm. By the way, I have just less than 3 minutes to close the stream. So, yep. I hope everyone is doing well and your studies is going well. Hopefully, unfortunately, tomorrow we are not meeting. Hi, Mark. Okay. Yeah, so unfortunately, we are not meeting tomorrow because I have class tomorrow. So we're going to end the stream and we'll be back next week, Monday. And please make good use of the weekend. Study as much as you can, play as much as you can, and get enough rest for next week so that when we come next week, we can get a lot accomplished. But please, weekends are also for time for you to work on whatever your dreams are. So try to increase the bar throughout the week. I should do the voice thing. Mark, why? Yeah. Was oh, when it's like 30 seconds to go, I'll do it for you. I use the different voices to sign out for you. Eh, oh my. Hi Joseph. Joseph, I think you have sent me a message on WhatsApp. I'm here to respond. When I close like this, forget it. Responding to WhatsApp messages has become a chore for me, but I would respond to it soon. If only I remembered, I would have just answered right now, but I don't have access to my phone. Okay. So yeah, we are down to almost 30 minutes. Since Mark says that I should change my voice, I'm going to change my voice for you all. Let's see.
Tina, what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Oh, really?
Mark, I haven't watched Star Wars, so I don't know anything about Star Wars. Who talks like that? Welcome to the dark side. Welcome to the dark side.
You're welcome, Joseph. You're very welcome.
Now, thank you to everybody who joined today's stream. Thank you for being with us. Oh my god. This is the voice you are looking for. Okay, so in this voice, I'm going to sign out. Thank you all for being with us throughout the week. I appreciate your time and I wish you the best as you go into the weekend. Take your time and study as much as you can. Also, play as much as you can. But above all, get enough rest for next week. Remember, it is skills and knowledge that separates the boys from the men. Let's keep increasing the gap between the boys and the men. Hi, Ritimi.
Let me go.
Let me go back to myself. Yeah, Ritimi. Thank you. Great to see you all, and I'm really grateful. Let's catch up, God willing, next week. But over the weekend, we are in the WhatsApp group, so whatever happens, we would talk in the WhatsApp group. I'll do my best. Even though weekends I run away from chats, I'll try my best to. Since I will not be here tomorrow, I'll try my best to respond to any queries that shows up in the WhatsApp group. See you all some other time. Okay, Tina. Bye bye. Bye bye, everyone. Bye bye until next week.